glad to have you here celebrating with us from near and far. Over the past few years, Section 1, you've done a lot more than just study the law. You've lived it. You've challenged our assumptions in the classroom. You've advocated for clients in our clinics, and you've built a community of rigorous inquiry. Despite the complexities of the world beyond our campus, the heart of our work here, focused on the pursuit of knowledge and the rule of law, remains our anchor. The connections you've made in this Section 1 go far beyond shared outlines and study groups. These are the colleagues who will become your lifelong sounding boards, your co-counsel, and your closest friends. You've seen each other at your most challenged and your most brilliant, creating a foundation of trust that will support your entire professional lives. I'm very proud of each of you, and I recognize the incredible amount of work and perseverance that it took to get you to where you are now. And I look forward to celebrating with your families and friends at our reception this weekend and at commencement on the Hilltop on Sunday. So let me just say now what I'll be saying many times this whole week. Congratulations. I now want to call to the podium our faculty speaker for Section 1, Cristelia Garcia, the Leo George Professor of Communications, Entertainment, and New Media, Anne Fleming Research Professor, and now the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. And I know that Cristelia taught you property 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, is that right? Cristelia, the stage is yours.
I'll scooch over here so I can see. Hello. I want to especially thank the one whoop I got over here in the corner. It's so exciting to see you guys. I'm so proud. Congratulations. So when I was first asked to offer some brief remarks here for Section 1, which was the very first section I taught when I moved over here to Georgetown, I was a little nervous, and those I had for property can attest that I taught too fast. And I always get idioms wrong, right? Like I can not, if it's spilling the worms or can of beans, like I can never. So I decided right off the bat that I would not use idioms in my speech. Instead, I tried to think about if there were any sort of inspirational things that I would have liked to know when I was in your shoes, something that might have helped smooth things along. And I think that the advice I have for you today boils down to one thing, which is that you are not special. And I know that's a terrible start for an inspirational speech. And I also know that this advice goes against the grain because the reality, of course, is that you are all very special, right? You're going to be lawyers and you're going to know more about your field of law than anyone else. And you are graduating from a top law school, and plus all the other things that got you here in the first place. Maybe you're a very good memorizer or speed reader. You want to save the world, etc. But that's not the stuff I'm talking about. I want to talk about all the little quiet, insistent stuff that comes up underneath all of the excitement of the moment that you might be worried about. So you might be thinking, well, like, what if I don't like this new job that I'm starting? Or I picked the wrong field, or I'm not good at it? Or what if I'm not starting a new job because I haven't found one yet? Or how will this new career impact my relationships with my partner, with my family, or with my friends? What if I'm moving? And I'm simply saying that in worrying about these kinds of things, you are not special, because there's nothing exceptional about second guessing or being unsure of yourself or changing your mind or just general anxiety about what the future is going to bring. In that regard, you are just like everyone around you, right? We are all just faking it until we make it. What else can we do, really? So I wanted to say a couple quick anecdotes. So I was the first person in my family to go to law school. To become a lawyer. And so I knew virtually nothing about being one when I started. And when I say when I started, I don't just mean when I started law school. I mean when I actually started at my law firm. So I started off in corporate, and then I switched to litigation, and then I switched back to corporate because I literally didn't know the difference between those things, right? And I'm fine. So if you even know the difference between corporate practice and litigation practice, you're ahead of me and you're going to do awesome. Then, after a few years at my first firm, I decided to move across the country to try something different at another firm. So spoiler alert, not that different. It's just a firm in a different place. What did suck, though, was having to take the California bar 3 years after I'd taken the New York bar. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. And yet, I'm fine, right? It all worked out. Then I ended up going in-house. I had a sexy career in the music industry until I got bored, and then for reasons that no one understood, inexplicably really, I cut my salary by about 3/4 to take a teaching fellowship. And here I am, right? Doing something that I love and that I could have done about a decade sooner if I'd had any idea what I was doing, or even knew what I wanted to do or had planned better, right? And I'm happy as a lark. I did it in all the wrong ways, and I was fine, and you will be too. So I think my advice is really to just be kind to others, yes, definitely, but also to yourself, and to give yourself the grace to know that you don't have to have all the answers all the time. You can change your mind and you can figure it out as you go along, and you'll be fine. You might even be better than fine, right? You'll figure it out eventually. And the last thing I'll say is I really suggest you keep in touch with your classmates, right? All these people around you, they're going to help you get your second, third, fourth job once you've figured out what you actually want to do, right? It's really easy to get caught up when you're building a career and a life. And so I just want to, my final reminder is also be sure you build a community because it's really important. And we will be here rooting for you. So congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Garcia. I actually would love to echo just two of the things that you said. One about the path. Your path does not need to be linear. In fact, I would be shocked if it were linear. No one's is, and it's the zigs and the zags, I think, that make life fun, make your career enjoyable and satisfying. And I'd also emphasize really the people you meet in law school and in an environment like ours in your section really do become important lifelong friends. That's been true for me, friends and professional colleagues. So keep in touch, hold on to each other. It will really benefit you as you go forward. So thank you again, Dean Garcia, for those remarks. We are now going to hear from the Section 1 student speaker. In a Georgetown law tradition, each section selects one of their section mates to offer reflections as students prepare to enter the legal profession. And this year, the students in Section 1 have elected Reem Hamada. Reem, the podium is yours.
Hi, guys. So I wrote a speech and I submitted it and I got it approved. And then I was selected to be the Section 1 speaker. And then I realized that I didn't like the speech that I submitted. So I asked to edit it and got those edits approved. And then I realized that I didn't like the edits that I got approved. So I changed it again. So that shows you how decisive I am. But third time might be the charm. Hi, Section 1. We're graduating. So congratulations. I racked my brain over what I wanted to say to you. I wanted to give you the most insightful original thoughts, but I realized that I didn't have one. So the best I could do is remind you of a message that we've all heard before, a message that touched my heart, and I'm sure many of yours, but let's still set expectations. To set the scene, this was the last day of torts. We were asking Professor Span about the exam because that's all our 1L brains cared about. That's all I cared about. And he responded twofold. First, he said that what we did on the torts exam won't matter. And you couldn't convince me that was true. And frankly, I also hated when professors said that. But in retrospect, he was right. And I'm sure he's used to hearing that sentiment. I got a B+ in torts. And as Professor Garcia said, I was fine, even though I also hated that phrase as a 1L. Second, and most importantly, he reminded us of the power we have. He taught us how to manipulate the doctrine, to make every argument and its opposite. And in that, he said he loses sleep for fear that we will use that skill to disenfranchise people, or that we could use that skill to disenfranchise people. And that skill wasn't easy to achieve, at least for me. I remember one day after torts running to the bathroom and crying because I didn't understand anything. And I thought I was the only one feeling that way. But as it turns out, at some point during 1L, we've all had a bathroom crying story, and that's okay. And then in the spring, when there were no tears left to cry, Professor Butler, who at one point or another has told you to speak much louder, echoed Professor Span's sentiment when he said, quote, "Be brave, but be careful." So I guess my message today is simple. This JD gives us power, but it's our character that determines what we do with it. So your argument can build communities, but they could also tear them down. They can stop a deportation and reunite a family, but they could break that family or apparently gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But during these politically divisive times, I want us to recognize the impact on the communities that we might have, on communities that we're not even a part of. And in that power, there is a privilege that must be honored and taken seriously. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's actually recognizing privilege. So I'll start with mine. 1, I'm privileged to be the daughter of a food vendor because he inspires my work ethic. 2, I'm privileged to graduate from Georgetown Law, recognizing that Gaza no longer has a standing university for students to graduate from. And 3, I'm privileged to have met so many of you, to have learned from you, and to have watched you grow as you have watched me. And in recognizing the power of this degree, I also wanted to recognize its limitations. We've all heard the quote, "Law is a means, justice the end." And that's true. But when law falls short of justice, it's also our job to call it out. I stand as a Muslim Arab woman, carrying the weight of knowing that for many of my people, life continues under unimaginable loss, where our blood is shed daily as if it holds no value, and where the sound of bombs has become uncomfortably familiar. And that's not just. So when you go into this profession, remember to center your humanity, your values, and your identity. Use your skill to build people up. And when your cup feels empty, remember why you came to law school. Cherish the people you met here, and the small moments like Professor Arlick's Halloween PowerPoint presentation. Looking back, these were some of the most memorable moments. And right before I congratulate you all, I wanted to recognize the people who have gotten us to this place. So the people on Zoom today. Thank you to the friends and families who acknowledge how big of a milestone this is. And the biggest shout out to the immigrant parents, mine included, who may not understand what I'm even saying today, but who are simply proud of their children. Your sacrifices are not unnoticed. So friends, this wasn't my first, second, and honestly not even my third speech. And there was no original thought. But in my experience, saying a smarter person's idea with proper citations isn't plagiarism. It's how you make law review. Congrats, Section 1. May success always find you.
This brings the Section 1 send-off program to a close. Thank you all for being here for this special moment. Congratulations again to Section 1. But it's not over. I'd like to invite first the members of Section 1 to join us on the stage for a group photo. And after that, I hope you'll join us in the lobby for a reception to celebrate the happy occasion. So come on up. It's time for a photo.
We're in the section that's at their party again. I feel like we shouldn't go to the back. Okay, I think we should go ahead. Get your mother. The iconic one, and that was one where we all had it. Oh, no, he didn't go any class.
Oh, my goodness. Ang ganda sa liwa. Ang ganda sa liwa.
I know.
Wow, that was very abrupt. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, yeah. Today we are gathering here to celebrate the amazing, wonderful Section 2. All right. I just want to make sure to say to our friends and family joining via live stream, welcome to the Section 2 send-off. We're just delighted you're here celebrating with us from near and far. Over the past few years, Section 2, you have done more than just study the law. You've lived it. You've challenged our assumptions in class. You've advocated for your clients in the clinics, and you've built a community of rigorous inquiry. Despite the complexities of the world beyond our campus, the heart of our work here, focused on the pursuit of knowledge and the rule of law, remains our anchor. The connections you've made here in Section 2 go far beyond shared outlines and study groups. These are the colleagues who will become your lifelong sounding boards, your co-counsel, and in many cases, your closest friends. You've seen each other at your most challenged and at your most brilliant, creating a foundation of trust that will support you your entire professional lives. I'm proud of each of you, and I recognize the incredible amount of work and perseverance it took to get to where you are right now. And I look forward to celebrating with you, your families, and your friends at the reception this weekend and at commencement on the Hilltop on Sunday. So let me say, for the first time of many times I'll say this weekend, congratulations. We just have a short program here today before we convene for a wonderful reception upstairs. And first up, we are going to hear our faculty speaker, your very own professor from practice, Cliff Sloan.
Hi, everybody. It is great to be here with you on this fantastic occasion. So here we are. And you know, I'm reminded of something that Washington Nationals manager Davey Martinez said when the Nationals won the World Series in 2019 after a miserable, very painful, horrible first couple months of the season. And after they won the World Series, he just smiled and said, and I quote, "Bumpy roads lead to beautiful places." Well, your bumpy road, that road that began in the fall of 2023, has led to this beautiful place here today. Mark the moment, savor it. As Dean Teitelbaum mentioned, look around at the people who have been on this road with you, on this journey with you. Now, I think I'm contractually obligated to give you some advice. And by the way, yes, there will be a pop quiz on whether that provision is enforceable or not. But get ready. Here it is, my advice to you. Be active. In everything that you do, be active, not passive. In your professional life, be active in pursuing your interests, your goals, your passions. And I want to emphasize that these are your interests, not those of your classmates, and not those of any of us on the faculty or in the law school administration. Every one of you is wonderfully unique and different, as each of your first-year professors knows. Embrace that uniqueness. As you head into your career, there are going to be many voices along the way that tell you what you should do, the path you should follow. Now, of course, it's a great thing to listen to people, soak up information and knowledge and insights, ask questions, learn from the experiences of others. But at the end of the day, the voice that really matters is the voice inside you. It's the voice that you poured into your law school application 3 or 4 years ago. In a very real sense, you are writing the story of your life. What could be more important than that? What could be better than that? What could be more exciting than that? Now, as with every story, in the story that you're writing, there are going to be better chapters and worse chapters. There are going to be chapters that don't quite live up to your hopes, and then chapters that have meaning and joy beyond your wildest expectations. But the key is that you are the one who's writing your own story, who's blazing your own path. Now, I want to mention one other point. Just last month, in April, something amazing happened. And no, I'm not referring to the fact that you attended your last law school class, even though that might have seemed at times like something that would never happen. No, I mean the remarkable Artemis II space mission. I mean, speaking of stories, what a story. These 4 individuals going further than any human has ever gone, the crew crossing national boundaries with 3 Americans and a Canadian, a woman going much, much further than any woman had ever gone, the astronauts naming a moon site after the wife of one of the astronauts. She was a nurse who had tragically died of cancer, and they named the site on the moon after her, they explained, so that her kids can look up every night and see this remembrance of their mom. Another astronaut telling his wife, from the moon, I love you to the moon and back. And most important of all, those stunning images of the Earth from more than 250,000 miles away, a breathtakingly beautiful sphere, somehow incredibly intimate, and yet so far away. Now, coincidence that we had this remarkable national experience in your last month of law school? I don't think so. We, of course, live in a time of deep divisions, as we all know. But as many people have said, wouldn't it be wonderful if this beautiful image of the Earth somehow helped us all to think about something that is more pressing than ever, that what unites us is far more important than what divides us. And I'm going to close with this. One of the things that unites us, or that should unite us, is our system of law, our rule of law, our constitutional democracy. Subject to improvement without a doubt, but definitely worth upholding, worth fighting for, and worth working on to improve. That is now your calling, each and every one of you. You have an incredibly vital role to play as a lawyer. And now you're heading out on what might at times seem to be another bumpy road. And I absolutely know that for every one of you, this road also is going to lead to a beautiful place. Congratulations and good luck. As the astronauts like to say when signing off, Godspeed. All the best to each of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sloan, for those wonderful remarks. Next, we are going to hear from the Section 2 student speaker. In a great Georgetown law tradition, each section selects one of their section mates to offer reflections as students prepare to enter the legal profession. And this year, the students in Section 2 have elected Alexander Crespo. Alexander, the podium is yours.
Section 2, how are you doing today? It's great to see you all, looking very lawyerly. We've done it. You've done it. Congratulations. We all presumably have JDs now, and I think that's pretty cool. As some of you may know, my name is Alexander Crespo, and I was one of the lucky few to be selected into admission for the greatest section here at the Law Center. For those of you who don't know me, if you've ever wondered who it was collecting all those B minuses in our 1L seminars, you're looking at him. You're welcome. Now, I'm personally no big fan of long speeches, so I'll cut right to the chase. I stand before you today to speak a bit about what this is all for. I know we've all been mulling over that question for these past 3 years, but look no further. I have your answer. This is always about us, about you, about me, and the relationships that we unwittingly formed while digging through the UCC and rules of civil procedure. That's right. It turns out the real JD all along was the friends that we made. Now, I know that may sound like a joke, but I unfortunately mean it. If you couldn't tell, this isn't going to be some austere speech about the sanctity and virtue of the law, or the powers now invested in you as a result of knowing a little more about it. In part because I don't much believe in any of that, and in part because I've been warned that my austere writing comes off preachy and unrelatable. That's a shout out to Professor De Laurentiis. You were right, and thank you. No, instead, I'm here to implore you to consider the human element, to appreciate that it was only through one another that we leave this university accomplished, and that it is only together that we may continue on to new heights. To recognize the legal community that all our professors and mentors and advisors go on about is more than just some club for an occupation. It is the occupation itself. In retrospect, that may seem obvious. Maybe some of you knew going in that this is all about the people, or maybe some of you caught the hint after the school begged us to attend a networking event for the 100th time. But this was a lesson that took me a while to learn. Going into our 1L year, I thought the point of law school was to learn as much as you could about the law, graduate top of your class, and then get appointed to the Supreme Court. Well, I thought I was entering into an intellectual battle royale, an academic zero-sum game whose purpose was to separate the wheat from the chaff, every man for himself. So when I showed up on the first day of orientation, I was scared. I was nervous. I saw who Georgetown had pinned me up against, and I immediately felt outclassed. Geniuses from prestigious universities, heirs to legal dynasties, people who had, through sheer force of will, overcome all odds to get here. And if that wasn't bad enough, they'd throw me in with the global law scholars as well. My goose was cooked. But that's not how these past 3 years went, is it? Far from being a zero-sum game, our time together often felt like a collective effort. I still remember Eva Kahn pointing us all to the footnotes in our case books when we'd get stumped on some doctrinal test or another. I still remember Kareem Ibrahim taking the time out of his day to review my god-awful legal writing drafts. I remember Connor Berry teaching me everything I know about contracts, and Talina Sully showing me the outline that got me my first A. Then there was Patrick Murray inviting me to my first study group, and Jen Friedman checking in on me after hours of sleepless outlining. And I'll never forget how Drew Blanchard introduced me to all the friends I'd come to make here, despite the fact that I was a scared and nervous wreck. I could go on for hours, but I think you get the point. I genuinely don't believe that I would be where I am today without you, Section 2. And I think that right there is the point. This hasn't been an exercise in demonstrating individual excellence. You all know you're individually excellent. It's been a lesson in what it means to be a successful attorney, a lesson in the importance of the legal community. This is always about us, about you, about me, and the community we now share. So yeah, I guess the real JD was the friends we made along the way. Who would have guessed? Be sure to thank your friends, remember their birthdays, and keep in touch. And no, LinkedIn doesn't count. Together, we'll go far. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. This brings the Section 2 program to a close. But before we disperse, first, I want to invite all of the Section 2 students to join their faculty on the stage here to take a group photo. And after that, we have a lovely reception, one flight up, where we can continue to celebrate this very special moment. Congratulations to Section 2. Come on up for a photo, please.
All right, everyone, we are going to be positioning in between this podium and those balloons right over there, in front of the carpet to the back of the carpet. Tall people in the back, short people in the front, and if you're in the front, please sit.
Hey. Style. Yeah, that was my.
Yeah, surely someone will organize this photo. Yeah, gotta be close to the front. That was I know it's like, I'll bring myself to them. But I know it's about. Which is like a pretty good living for you just to push up.
Now I know that
But if we can put it further back, yeah, that's good. Then stop blocking. It's not like screen at all. It's not like the screen is not much. Yeah. There. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And
Talk about had a 2.5 hour session Saturday morning. Did she talk to you about that?
Saturday morning. No, I don't think.
Okay. Okay, so kind of through us because you're gonna do
Yeah.
hotel chapter. Patrick gave us permission to do our from 9 to 11:45.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was.
Hello? Hi, everyone. We're about to get started in the next few minutes. Is there a Galen Green in the house by any chance? Right here. Perfect. All right, then we can get started now. Thank you.
Right. All right, good afternoon and welcome. Today we gather here to celebrate the amazing, the singular, Section 3. Give her some. So I've never had the privilege to teach in Section 3 nor take Section 3. So I've always been so curious. I had to write an article about Section 3, which you can find in the Journal of Empirical Legal Studies. Read it. More importantly, please cite it. This is important for an academic's career. No. Let me welcome friends and family joining here via live stream as well. Welcome to the Section 3 send-off. We're so glad to have you celebrating with us from near and far. Over the past few years, you, Section 3, have done a lot more than just study the law. You've lived it. You've challenged the assumptions we make in our classrooms. You've advocated for clients in our clinics, and you've built a community of rigorous inquiry. Despite the complexities of the world beyond our campus, the heart of our work here, focused on the pursuit of knowledge and the rule of law, remains our anchor. The connections you've made, Section 3, go far beyond sharing outlines and study groups. These are the colleagues who will become your lifelong sounding boards, your co-counsel, and your closest friends in many cases. You've seen each other at your most challenged moments and your most brilliant moments, creating a foundation of trust that will support you throughout your entire professional lives. I and my colleagues were very proud of each of you. We recognize the incredible amount of work and perseverance it took to get to where you are right now. And I look forward to celebrating with you and your families at the reception this weekend and on Sunday at Commencement on the Hilltop. It's now my pleasure to call to the podium your faculty speaker, Professor Naomi Mezzi, the Agnes Williams Sesquicentennial Professor of Law and Culture.
My walk-up music. Barbie theme song. Anyone? Okay, congratulations, Section 3. I am really honored to be here. You made it. I am so incredibly proud of you. Law school is no joke, so I hope you're feeling really great about yourselves right now. I want to talk to you today about nonsense. And not like cute, funny nonsense. I'm not going to sing David Super's classic. Stop in the name of law. Stop in the name of law. Or recount any of the extracurricular embarrassments that I may or may not have heard about over the last 3 years. I'm going to leave that to Galen. Instead, I'd like to take you back to 1L and talk to you about transcendental nonsense. And in particular, I want to return to legal justice to remind you of some of Section 3's gifts, what I think of as being the power of the ideas that you all encountered and why they're worth holding on to. Let's begin with Felix Cohen. His remarkable essay from 1935, which you read both for my class and in legal justice, because once isn't enough. Remember, he looked at the concepts of things that the phrases and terminology that filled legal opinions, things like corporate personality, the inherent nature of contract, trade names. And he said, essentially, this is all made up nonsense. These terms don't describe reality. They are, as he called them, supernatural entities that legal writers invoke in order to reach the conclusions they've already decided to reach. And we can tell because their justifications are circular, right? Like, why does a corporation have these rights? Because it's a corporation. What makes a corporation? An entity that has these rights, so on and so forth. And Cohen called this transcendental nonsense. And his point was really clarifying and more than a little devastating. if you want to know what the law really does, you actually have to look past those incantations and look at the work it does in reality, in the world, who benefits and who actually bears the costs. And Cohen's colleague, Robert Hale, made a similar point about the idea of freedom. And we like to tell the story that says the law creates this baseline of freedom and coercion is the exception to that rule. And Hale said, no, actually, that's backwards. Every legal rule coerces someone. When the law enforces your property right, it threatens your neighbor if they trespass. When the law enforces your contract right, it compels performance or it strips them of their assets. So freedom of contract is a doctrine about which that tells you which coercions the state is essentially going to enforce, not the absence of coercion. The baseline is not neutral. Judges choose it. This is all familiar, right? Like you remember this perfect. I thought so. Okay. Now, I know that the reading from legal justice and the legal realists in particular and their errors can make a person feel a little cynical. But I also know that that didn't happen to you. These ideas from legal justice, in my view, are powerful, and they're some of the most important things that a lawyer can know. They teach you that the map is not the territory. And as I said, for the students who were in my legal process, legal doctrine is a set of power tools. They're not divine revelation. They were made by people for particular purposes and in particular historical moments, and they can be remade. In fact, they are being remade. 2 more ideas from legal justice, and then I'll move on, I promise. I think you read Duncan Kennedy's piece about his provocative take on legal education. Yeah, okay. Some of you did, at least. Kennedy's insight was, like many of the readings for that class, about the structure, right? It was a structural argument. Legal education doesn't just teach you doctrine, it teaches you a way of being. Not just a way of thinking, a way of being, and it sorts students into hierarchies with grades. It trains some of you for the revered and well-rewarded heights of corporate practice, and it trains the rest of us to feel as if this is the natural order of things. It teaches through 1,000 small signals that some questions are rigorous and others are merely political or personal. Kennedy wanted you to see that not to make you despair, but to make you choose. The question he's really asking was, once you understand how the hierarchy is produced and reproduced, what do you want to do with that understanding? Will you step into the status you've been assigned? Will you notice the way that status is produced, name it, and then decide for yourselves what to do with your considerable talents? Okay, 4th, last idea from legal justice, surprisingly, the Coase theorem. And I'm glad Josh is here Dean Teitelbaum is here to remind me if this is wrong. This is the cocktail party version. That if transaction costs are 0 and the property rights are clearly assigned, the parties will bargain to an efficient outcome, regardless of who holds the initial legal entitlement. Is that about right? Fair enough. Okay, cocktail party. And the farmer and the rancher are basically going to work it out. And they're going to eat steak for dinner because cows can't bargain. So that's what I take from Coase. So here's why this idea is worth holding on to, even if you find the assumptions absurd. Coase, I think, is forcing you to name the transaction costs. And the moment you say, well, that's not what happens in the real world, bargaining isn't free, then you've actually started asking the right questions. Why isn't it free? What makes it hard for some people to come to the table? Who has more information than the other party? Who has power that others lack? And I think the Coase theorem, applied honestly, is not an argument that the market solves everything, but it's kind of a checklist for all of the frictions that prevent justice from being reached. So being in Section 3, you may have noticed that Felix Cohen and Robert Hale and Duncan Kennedy and Ronald Coase are all white men. And I say that because I want you to know that white men can be profoundly insightful. And I want to close by telling you about someone who has not yet, I think, reached their rightful place in the canon, especially the legal education canon. And those of you who know me know who this is because I'm obsessed with them. But this is someone who actually understood all of this, the transcendental nonsense, the coercion hiding in plain sight, the hierarchies reproduced by legal conventions, the costs of it all, and who refused to accept any of it as final. They are not white, not male, not female, not straight. They are also one of my legal heroes, and not because of their identity, by the way, but because of their powerful ideas. So Polly Murray was born in Baltimore in 1910, and there's a debate about how we should refer to Polly, who herself identified as a woman, but believed she was a man and tried valiantly for years to find doctors who would help her understand herself and her body. She used she, so I'm going to for right now and for these purposes. Polly grew up in North Carolina. She was raised by an aunt after her mother died, and she applied to the University of North Carolina for graduate school and was rejected. This was in 1938, long before Brown. She was rejected because of her race. She applied to Harvard Law School and was rejected because of her sex. And she went to Howard Law School and graduated first in her class, and then was rejected from a graduate fellowship at Harvard, again, because she was a woman. In 1965, she went on to earn a doctorate in, I think, what they called juridical science from Yale. And that's why there's now a residential college named for her there. So what did Polly Murray do? She wrote and she wrote and she wrote. She described her approach as confrontation by typewriter. And she famously said that one person plus one typewriter constitutes a movement. And for Polly, it did. She filed briefs, she theorized, she organized. She wrote a book about the laws in every state that enforced racial codes. It was called The State's Laws on Race and Color, that Thurgood Marshall called the Bible of the Civil Rights Movement. She coined the term Jane Crow to name the legal subordination of women, very bravely drawing a explicit parallel to Jim Crow. And she eventually went on to serve on President Kennedy's Commission on the Status of Women and co-founded the National Organization for Women. Her arguments directly influenced the theories that the theories for Brown versus Board of Education, and later Ruth Bader Ginsburg's arguments, her earliest sex discrimination cases. Ginsburg cited Murray and made sure that she's in the footnotes of American legal history. But she should not be in the footnotes. She should be actually in the reading materials. I'm telling you about Polly Murray because, like Cohen, Hale, Kennedy, and Coase, she studied the structure, the hidden architecture of law. And importantly, she didn't conclude from the fact that legal concepts were constructed and hierarchical, or that the baseline was not neutral, that nothing could be changed. She concluded the opposite. If it was made, it can be remade with one person plus one typewriter. So you've now spent 3 years learning to read text, to construct arguments, to spot the nonsense that cross-dresses as principled legal reasoning. You know better than most graduates how power works through law. That knowledge is a genuine gift, and it's also a bit of a responsibility. The law is going to hand you, over the course of your career, a lot of incantations, phrases that sound authoritative, rules that claim to be neutral, arguments that make it seem natural for one side to bear the costs. Felix Cohen says, spot the nonsense. Robert Hale says, find the coercion. Duncan Kennedy says, notice the hierarchy. And Ronald Coase says, name the friction. Polly Murray says, now do something about it. Congratulations, Section 3. Go be excellent lawyers and compassionate and awesome humans, and be sure to use your computers to make some good trouble along the way. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, Professor Mezzi, for those really wonderful remarks. We will now hear from the Section 3 student speaker. In a Georgetown law tradition, each section elects one of their section mates to offer reflections as students prepare to enter the legal profession. And this year, the students in Section 3 have elected Galen Green. Galen, podium.
Good afternoon, Section 3. Today, as we celebrate with friends, revel in our accomplishments, and ignore the bar, I want to take us back to 3 years ago. In August 2023, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, we walked into McDonough for the first time. I'll speak for myself, I was terrified. I'd heard, of course, about the late nights, endless reading, and the dreaded cold calls. I was ready for all that. Well, as much as I could be. What was much more unnerving was hearing lawyers talk about their law school classmates. Their stories bordered on the unbelievable, ripping crucial pages out of textbooks, spreading incorrect information about cases, even lying to professors about peers to ruin letters of recommendation. So when I got to Georgetown Law, that's what I expected. It seemed inevitable. But in Section 3, I didn't find the cutthroat, hostile cohort of students I'd been warned about. Instead, I found you all, kind, genuinely curious people who went out of their way to create community. People who, instead of ripping textbooks up, shared class notes and outlines unprompted, created open study groups, and offered encouragement after cold calls. That's not to say that 1L was a walk in the park. For me, it wasn't. But I spent the whole year waiting for the other shoe to drop. It never did, and I left 1L exhausted, but with lifelong friends and a new community. I know many of you did too. I don't think the goodness in Section 3 is a coincidence. As we all know, sometime in the summer before 1L, every incoming student had to decide if they wanted to take Curriculum B. We're the ones who did. We all had different reasons for taking on Section 3, but broadly, I think we signed up because we all shared, and still share, a grounding belief. The broken systems in our world were made by people, so they can be reimagined and remade by us. We brought that belief, which made us realistic and perceptive, as well as visionary and hopeful, to our whole 1L experience. We understood that our section mates were not just competitors on a curve, but our community members, and we treated each other as such. Our professors held up their end of the bargain too. In classes, we discussed how our legal system was shaped by the oppression that has defined this country since its founding. We were challenged to think capaciously and critically about systemic change, about how we ourselves could make that change. Many Section 3ers began that work right away. Countless people in this room interned as public defenders, joined clinics, or volunteered for pro bono opportunities. 3 students, 2 of them in Section 3, created the Abolition Advocacy Project, an organization that will change Georgetown and the world for the better for decades. And now we are heading into life as attorneys. I've heard a lot of things about lawyers, and most of them aren't very good. But unlike 3 years ago, I'm not afraid because I know each of you. With ambitions and dreams like ours, what feels inevitable to me now is a better and more just world. I don't know exactly what this next phase looks like, but I know that as attorneys, we will be on the front lines, able to break down systemic injustice. We understand how the legal system treats people without resources and power. Many of us are pursuing public interest careers and will confront that reality daily. Those of us going into big law will see it too, but only if we don't look away. Our obligations of hours to our firms and dollars to our debtors do not take away the powers of our JD and the hopefulness in our hearts. We all should find ways to wield those powers wisely, because a single hour of our time can be enough to change someone's whole life. This work isn't easy, and generations of lawyers have become jaded from years of watching injustices. It will take a toll, and it could harden our hearts. I want to leave you with a quote by Barbara Kingsolver. Sometimes I've survived anger only 1 minute at a time by saying to myself again and again that the best kind of revenge is some kind of life beyond this, some kind of goodness. And I can lay no claim to goodness until I can prove that mean people have not made me mean. That's what I want for us. I already know we will advocate zealously for the causes and the people we care about. But I also hope we continue to create goodness by holding on to the values we came into law school with, the ones that created this community. I hope that even on the toughest days, we refuse to let ourselves harden. Congratulations, Section 3, and more importantly, thank you, and good luck.
This brings the Section 3 send-off program to a close, but there's a little bit more to go. Before we disperse, I invite all the members of Section 3 and their faculty to come for a group photo so that everyone can treasure that. And I want to thank you all for being here and congratulate you all one more time. And after the photo, there's a reception on the floor just above this one in the atrium, and hope we can continue to celebrate there. Congratulations. Come on up for the photo.
All right, everyone, we're going to have you guys go in between this podium and those balloons from the front of the carpet to the back of the carpet, okay? We're going to line up tallest to shortest.
How are you? You're good. You're good.
Live bands out back rocking the stage, breaking on down for the b-boys and b-boys waiting to do their thing. It's out of come on, don't stop and keep it going. Let's get it on. Baby, do it.